Jake. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the truth. Right. Oh, she hurt his feelings. Speaking of relationship, what did you do to Pico a few weeks ago? Oh, him. Well, you know, the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? Um, what's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything. When all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No, why would you think that? We're taking a break for doing mustache. Now my phone is going off. If you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like, you know, notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter what? Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Bad Jake. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the truth. Right. Oh, she hurt his feelings. Speaking of relationship, what did you do to Pico a few weeks ago? Oh, him. Well, you know, the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? What's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? At length, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything. When all was... Oh my god! Amaran, hi! Thank you so much for the raid! How are you today? I'm doing well. How was your stream? Oh, is that so? Well, anyway, welcome in, Raiders. I am Digi. I am a digital entity, the writer. I mainly do reading and writing streams, but I also do games as well. Today, we're going to be doing some writing sprints. And then later tonight, we are going to be finishing A Journey to the Center of the Earth. And let me actually just move this source so the text doesn't go above it. Oh, I'm glad your stream was good. So, does this mean that you actually won in the game? Just move this right here. Sounds like you guys had fun then. Okay. Okay. So, I am going to be working on my novel that I'm working on. I was thinking of going back to chapter 2, just maybe add something, and then I'm going to start chapter 3. So we're probably going to do writing for about maybe 2 hours, and then we're going to switch over to some stories. Maybe 2.5 hours. We'll see. Then I might take a small break afterwards, and then we'll do stories. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. So... Okay, so we have 20, 30, 45, and an hour. I think I'm going to make this a 30-minute sprint. And then we'll go from there. Wait a minute. I thought I told Nightbot not to put that. Why did it change it? I wanted just to say the artist. It's gonna be title and then the artist. There we go. Okay. Let me see here. Yeah, this was the section I was working on. Here, let me switch it. Give me like 2 seconds. Shoot. I forgot I didn't have it in this scene. Gotta fit the screen. We're gonna move this all the way to the bottom. There we go. And let me just make sure it loops. Yep, it's gonna loopy. NC418, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the kingdom. How are you? Oh no. Well, I hope you got like decent amount of sleep. I'm doing well. How far did you get in your studying? Sora, hi! Thank you so much for the raid. Did you have fun in your stream? Oh, I remember that one. Oh, that's wonderful. Hello, Kohana. How are you? Anyway, welcome in, Raiders. I am Digi. I am a digital entity V writer. I mainly do reading and writing streams, but we also do games as well. Right now, we are doing some writing sprints, and then later today, we'll be finishing up Journey to the Center of the Earth. I am currently working on my novel. Oh, thank you. I'm doing well. Oh yeah, fun. Okay, so we're gonna need some female name. Oh, the music?
the gods.
was yours? Yeah. I was running a tense scene, so yeah. Yes, Sora. You're VIP. Okay, so we're gonna update. So it was at 60. It was 67 something. Now we're at 6,900. Vector, hi. How are you? How's your stream? Oh, great. So you made a lot of progress then. Now before we continue, this is bugging me. Nightbot is putting the words together. I don't like it. Well, since you're here. I don't know what you were playing in that clip, but it looked fun. Oh, so that's what it was. Okay. Okay. So let me go back here. We're gonna go back. And we're gonna make this one. Oh, how so? Oh, wrong button. We want to start my... Oh, I don't want to join someone else's. Yeah, true. I'm not a big fan of World of Warcraft. My friend tried getting me into it. I gave up like within the first 10 minutes. See, Blake is using every word to call me cute. So I put every word in the thing to activate that one command. And I just kept it like that. Well, yeah, those aren't that hard. You can either use like Nightbot or like if you want to do more like stream elements, you could do that. You just have to go to the command side of it and just add a bunch. They have default ones. As either that, you can make your own. Well, yeah. I personally just use like Streamlabs more. Like, since regular OBS always gives me issues. So. Besides, at least with Streamlabs, it has everything built in, so I don't need to put stream elements into here. Sorry, thank you so much for the streamer care package. Thank you, thank you. Actually, let me fix myself in my chair. What, in Streamlabs or OBS? Yeah. Especially now they have that new update and where like you can't do plugins now and everyone's complaining about it, so yeah. Vector. Welcome back. What did you get? Yeah. Oh, well, that's what's supposed to come in here. Oh, okay. As it, yeah, I could have like grabbed water, but like I grabbed tea instead. No problem. Yeah, I actually just recently cleaned my keyboard, so like it took me about a good hour, hour and a half.
Bye, Jay. Bye, Jay. Tobias, thank you so much for the follow. How are you today? Backseating, thank you so much for the follow. How are you today?
I know I'm spelling this wrong. Okay. So now we are at 95. Oh, no problem, Rose. Good luck with your interview.
Katana, thank you so much for the lurk.
Okay. So there is a paragraph I do want to rewrite, so that might affect the writing count I currently have. Yeah, oh, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. I just had to maybe take a couple sentences out and then rewrite it to fit like the new paragraphs I added to make it flow a little better. Okay, so we're gonna make this one. We're gonna go back. Do person. Okay. And we're gonna do another 45. But before I start your timer, I am gonna take a quick break and then I will be back.
Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? Um, um, what's happening?
Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? At length, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything. When all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No, why would you think that? We're taking a break for Dwayne Mustache. Now my phone is going off. And if you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter whatever.
Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Bad Jake. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the chill. Right. Oh, she hurt his feelings. Speaking of relationship, what did you do to Pico a few weeks ago? Oh, him. Well, you know, the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? What's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? At length, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything. When all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No, why would you think that? We're taking a break between mustache. Now my phone is going off.
And if you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter whatever.
Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Bad Jake. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
Okay.
Okay, that's all good.
Okay, so we're gonna do another 45. Adam, hi, how are you? I am doing well. Right now I'm working on my novel. I'm currently working on chapter 2. I see. I hope the move is going well. Thank you so much for stopping by. Good luck with work. Okay, so well, this is the original novel I'm working. It's basically like my own version of Egyptian mythology. But pretty much it's about it's kind of a mixture of like, you know, the different gods and goddesses. With Bastet, and then, you know, she has like two alternate forms. There was Bastet and there is Sakamet. So I actually made them high goddesses, and they're actually like twin sisters, and they created the realm of the gods. Yeah, and then they all have soulmates too. But then in the first portion, her soulmate actually dies, but then he gets reincarnated later on. So yeah. So it's pretty much gonna be the her journey to finding her lover again. Well, I'm not really touching other mythologies, just Egyptian. Oh, no worries.
What? There what is? Ow! Doing so good too. Hi, Blanket. How are you? I'm doing well. thank you so much for the streamer package. Thank you, thank you.
Let me put a space here so I don't lose where I was. So you had work today?
How's your dog? She doing okay? Ah.
Oh, that's good. As long as she's feeling better.
Well, that's not a bad schedule. I'm assuming you're only working part-time? What makes you say that? this the same job? Or is this a different one? Oh, okay. appreciate it, girly. Yep, going totally well. I know. That's the point. Yeah. Okay. So the word count is now. That. It's that too. Cause like the type of story I'm writing, it has particular scenes that might not be appropriate. You know, for Twitch, probably. You know, like. And just in case some kids happen to walk in, don't want to get in trouble, you know. So, just showing the word count. Welcome back, Blanket. Actually, it's just in a playlist that I'm listening. It's supposed to be chill music. And this one just happened to be in it, so like whatever. What did you eat, Blanket? Well, you know how like Streamlabs has their own loyalty store? I have my own. So I set it up like little gifts and stuff. And with and there's like one sound effect as of right now, which is the hello there one. So essentially, it's kind of like Streamlabs' version of channel points. Essentially, you can think of it that way. Yep, that's true. Streamlabs or Stream Elements, yeah. Oh, that's great, Adam. I'll be sure to pop in when you start streaming again. Okay. So it is 8:11. So we're probably gonna switch over to some reading now, but I am gonna see if there's anything in the kitchen for me to eat, and then I'll be back. So BRB. Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? Um, um, what's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right?
At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything, when all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No. Why would you think that? We're taking a break between Mustache. Now my phone is going off. If you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter what? Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Bad Jake. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the truth. Right. Oh, she hurt his feelings. Speaking of relationship, what did you do to Pico a few weeks ago?
Oh, him. Well, you know, the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh. Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? Um, 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 what's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right?
At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything, when all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No. Why would you think that? We're taking a break with Dwayne Mustache. Now my phone is going off. If you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like, you know, notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter whatever. Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Bad Jake. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the truth. Right. Oh, she hurt his feelings. Speaking of relationship, what did you do to Pico a few weeks ago? Oh, him. Well, you know, the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh. Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? What's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right?
At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything, when all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No. Why would you think that? We're taking a break between mustache. Now my phone is going off. If you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter what? Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Jake. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the chill. Right. Oh, she hurt his feelings. Speaking of relationship, what did you do to Pico a few weeks ago? Oh, him. Well, you know, the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? Um, what's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right?
At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything, when all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No. Why would you think that? We're taking a break between mustache. Now my phone is going off.
If you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter what?
Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Bad Jack. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the truth. Right. Oh, she hurt his feelings. Speaking of relationship, what did you do to Pico a few weeks ago? Oh, him. Well, you know, the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? Um, what's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right?
At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything, when all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No. Why would you think that? We're taking a break for Dwayne Mustache. Now my phone is going off. And if you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like, you know, notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter what? Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Bad Jack. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the truth. Right. Oh, she hurt his feelings. Speaking of relationship, what did you do to Pico a few weeks ago? Oh, him. Well, you know, the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? What's happening?
everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right?
At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything, when all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No. Why would you think that? We're taking a break for doing mustache. Now my phone is going off. And if you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like, you know, notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter what? Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Jake. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the truth. Right. Oh, she hurt his feelings. Speaking of relationship, what did you do to Pico a few weeks ago? Oh, him. Well, you know, the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? Um, um, what's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right?
At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything, when all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No. Why would you think that? We're taking a break for doing mustache. Now my phone is going off. And if you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles
that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to just put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter whatever.
Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Bad Jake. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the truth. Right. Oh, she hurt his feelings. Speaking of relationship, what did you do to Pico a few weeks ago? Oh, him. Well, you know, the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? What's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right?
At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything, when all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No. Why would you think that? We're taking a break between mustache. Now my phone is going off.
And if you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter whatever.
Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I?
Okay, I'm back. It took a little longer to cook than I thought. Coda, hi! How are you? We just
Put the music back on. Well, I think we're gonna switch it back. Let's see. We'll go back to my library. There we go. A nice cozy library. Oh, Ankkkuu Clan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the kingdom. We will be doing some reading shortly. I'm just eating my food right now. Meg, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the kingdom. How are you today? Oh, thank you. Okay, that should be good for now. Okay, so far in the story, we do have like 6 chapters left in the story, so we are actually almost done with it. So yesterday, we have Hans, we have the professor, and we have our protagonist, Harry. They realized that instead of going north or south, they ended up going backwards back to the island, but a different part of the island. And while exploring, they found this cave with a signature. Arnie Sakadism, who was originally, he wrote this mysterious letter or map, more like a letter to how to get to the center of the earth, he was the main reason for them actually trying to attempt this journey in the first place. So they found the cavern, the cave, but it looks like there must have been some lava activity, so it actually blocked the passageway. So they decided to use the gunpowder to make a wick to blow it up in order to open up the passage. And that's where we left off.
So, if I'm not mistaken, let's see. $35, 6, 7. So this is 38, I believe. It's in Roman numerals, so like, give me like 2 seconds. I'm not good at Roman numerals. Okay, yeah, so this is chapter 39. So I am gonna turn off the music. See if this works. Awesome, the command actually works. Okay. Chapter 39. The explosion and its results. The next day, which was the 27th of August, was a date celebrated in our wondrous subterranean journey. I never think of it even now, but I shudder with horror. My heart beats wildly at the very memory of that awful day. From this time forward, our reason, our judgment, our human ingenuity have nothing to do with the course of the events. We are about to become the plaything of the great phenomena of the earth. At 6 o'clock, we were all up and ready. The dreaded moment was arriving when we were about to seek an opening into the interior of the earth by means of gunpowder. What would be the consequences of breaking through the crust of the earth? I begged that it might be my duty to set fire to the mine, and I looked upon it as an honor. This task once performed, I could rejoin my friends upon the raft, which had not been unloaded. As soon as we were all ready, we were to sail away to some distance to avoid the consequences of the explosion, the effect of which would certainly not be concentrated in the interior of the earth. The slow match we calculated to burn for about 10 minutes, more or less, before it reached the chamber in which the great body of powder was confined. I would therefore have plenty of time to reach the raft and put off to a safe distance. I prepared to execute my self-elated task, not, it must be confessed, without considerable emotion. After a hearty repast, my uncle and the hunter guide embarked on board the raft, while I remained alone upon the desolate shore. I was provided with a lantern, which was to enable me to set fire to the wick of the infernal machine. "Go, my boy," said my uncle, "and heaven be with you. But come back as soon as you can. I shall be all impatience." "Be easy on that matter," I replied. "There is no fear of my delaying on the road." Having said this, I advanced towards the opening of the sombre gallery. My heart beat wildly. I opened my lantern and seized the extremity of the wick. The professor, who was looking on, held his chronometer in his hand. "Are you ready?" cried he. "Quite ready." "Well then, fire away." I hastened to put the light to the wick, which crackled and sparkled hissing and spinning like a serpent. Then, running as fast as I could, I returned to the shore. "Get on board, my lad, and you hand. Shove off," cried my uncle. By a vigorous application of his pole, and set us flying over the water. The raft was quite 20 fathom distance. It was a moment of palpitating interest, of deep anxiety. My uncle, the professor, never took his eyes off the chronometer. "Only 5 minutes or more," he said in a low tone. "Only 4. Only 3. My pulse went 100 to the minute. I could hear my heart beating. "Only 2. 1. Now then, mountains of granite crumble beneath the power of man." What happened after that, after the terrific roar of the explosion, I do not think I heard it, but the form of the rocks completely changed in my eyes. They seemed to be drawn aside like a curtain. I saw a fathomless, a bottomless abyss which yawned beneath the terrific waves. The sea, which seemed suddenly to have gone mad, then became one great mountainous mass, upon the top of which the raft rose perpendicularly. We were all thrown down. In less than a second, the light gave place to the most profound obscurity. Then I felt all solid support gave way, not to my feet, but to the raft itself. I thought I was going to bodily down a tremendous well. I tried to speak, to question my uncle. Nothing could be heard but the roaring of the mighty waves. We clung together in utter silence, despite the awful darkness, despite the noise, the surprise, the emotion. I thoroughly understood what had happened. Beyond the rock, which had been blown up, there existed a mighty abyss. The explosion had caused a kind of earthquake in the soil, broken by fissures and rents. The gulf, thus suddenly thrown open, was about to swallow the island sea. Which transformed into a mighty torrent, which dragging us with it. One only idea filled my mind. We were utterly and completely lost. 1 hour, 2 hours, what more I cannot say, passed in this matter. We sat close together, elbow touching elbow, knee touching knee. We had one another's hands, not to be thrown off the raft. We were subjected to the most violent shocks whenever our sole dependence, a frail wooden raft, struck against the rocky side of the channel. Fortunately for us, these concussions became less and less frequent, which made me fancy that the gallery was getting wider and wider. There could be now no doubt that we had chanced upon the road once forward by Sacchanism, but instead of going down in a proper manner, we had, through our own imprudence, drawn a whole sea with us. These ideas presented themselves to my mind in a very vague and obscure manner. I felt rather than reasoned. I put my ideas together only confusedly, while spinning along like a man going down a waterfall. To judge by the air which, as it were, whipped my face, we must have been rushing at a perfect lightning rate. To attempt, under these circumstances, to light a torch was simply impossible. and the last remaining of our electric machine of our Roma growth coil had been destroyed during the fearful explosion. I was therefore very much confused to see at last a bright light shining close to me. The calm countenance of the guy seemed to gleam upon me. The clever, impatient hunter had succeeded in lighting the lantern, and though in the keen and thorough draught the flame flickered and vacillated, it was nearly put out. It served particularly to desolate the awful obscurity. The gallery into which we had entered was very wide. I was therefore quite right in that part of my conjecture, that and the insufficient light did not allow us to see both on the walls at the same time. The slope of water which was carrying us away was far greater than that of the most rapid river of America. The whole surface of the stream seemed to be composed of light arrows. Of liquid arrows, darted forward with extreme violence and power. I can give no idea of the impression it made upon me. The raft at times caught in a certain whirlpool. It rushed forward, yet turned on itself at the same time. How it did not upset, I shall never be able to understand. When it approached the sides of the gallery, I took care to throw upon them the light of the lantern, and I was able to judge at the rapidity of motion by looking at the projecting masses of rocks, which as soon as it were again visible, seen were again invisible. My bad. So rapid was our progress that points of rocks at a considerable distance, one from the other, appeared like portions of transverse lines, which enclosed us in a kind of net, like that of a line of telegraph wire. I believe we were now going at a rate of not less than 100 miles an hour. My uncle and I looked at one another with wild and haggard eyes. We clung convulsively to the stump of the mast, which, at the moment when the catastrophe took place, had snapped short off. We turned our backs as much as possible to the wind, in order not to be stifled by the rapidity of motion which nothing human could face and live. And still the long monotonous hours went on. The situation did not change in the least, though a discovery I suddenly made seemed to complicate it very much. When we had slightly recovered equilibrium, I proceeded to examine our cargo. I then made the unsatisfactory discovery that the greater part of it had utterly disappeared. I became alarmed and determined to discover what were our resources. My heart beat at the idea, but it was absolutely necessary to know on what we had to depend. With this view, I took the lantern and looked around. Of all of our former collection of liturgical and theological instruments, there remained only the chronometer and the compass. The ladders and ropes were reduced to a small piece of rope fastened to the stump of the mast. Not a pickaxe, not a crowbar, not a hammer. And far worse than all, no food. Not enough for one day. This discovery was a prelude to a certain and horrible death. Seated gloomily on the raft, clasped the stump of the mast mechanically, I thought of all I had read as to suffering from starvation. I remembered everything that history had taught me on the subject, and I shuddered at the remembrance of the agonies to be endured. Maddened at the prospect of enduring the miseries of starvation, I persuaded myself that I must be mistaken. I examined the cracks in the raft. I poked between the joints and beams. I examined every possible hole and corner. The result was simply nothing. Our stock of provisions consisted of nothing but a piece of dry meat and some soaked and half moldy biscuits. I gazed around me, scared and frightened. I could not understand the awful truth, and yet of what consequences was in regard to any new danger. Supposing that we had had provisions for months, and even for years, how could we ever get out of the awful abyss into which we were being hauled by the irresensible torrent we had let loose? Why should we trouble ourselves about the suffering and torture to be endured from hunger when death stares us in the face when there's so many other, swifter and perhaps even more horrid forms? It was very doubtful under the circumstances in which we were placed if we should have time to die of inanition, but the human frame is singularly constituted. I knew not how it was, but from the singular hallucination of the mind, I forgot the real, serious, immediate danger to which we were exposed. To think of the menaces of the future, which appeared before us in all their naked terror, besides, after all, suggested hope. Perhaps we might finally escape the fury of the raging torrent, and once more revisit the glimpses of the moon on the surface of our beautiful Mother Earth. How was it to be done? I had not the remotest idea. Where were we to come out? No matter, so that we did. One chance in 1,000 is always a chance, while death from hunger gave us not even the faintest glimpse of hope. It left to the imagination nothing but blank horror. Without the faintest chance of escape, I had the greatest mind to reveal all to my uncle, to explain to him the extraordinary and wretched position to which we were reduced, in order that between the two we might make a calculation as to the exact space of time which remained for us to live. It was, it appeared to me, the only thing to be done, but I had the courage to hold my tongue, to go on at the entrails like the Spartan boy. I wished to leave him all his coolness. At this moment, the light of the lantern slowly fell, and at last went out. The wick had wholly burned to an end. Obscurity became absolute. It was no longer possible to see through the impenetrable darkness. There was one torch left, but it was impossible to keep it alight. Then, like a child, I shut my eyes, and I might not see the darkness. After a great lapse of time, the rapidity of our journey increased. I could feel it by the rush of air upon my face. The slope of the waters was excessive. I began to feel that we were no longer going down a slope. We were falling. I felt as one does in a dream, going down bodily, falling. I felt that the hands of my uncle and hands vigorously clasped my arm. Suddenly, After a lapse of time, suspiciously accessible, I felt something like a shock. The raft had not struck a hard body, but had suddenly been checked in its course. A waterspout, a liquid column of water, fell upon us. I felt suffocating. I was being drowned. Still, the sudden inundation did not last. In a few seconds, I felt myself once more able to breathe. My uncle and hands pressed my arms, and the raft carried us all three away. Okay, and that was the end of chapter 39. Okay, so chapter 40, The Ape, Gigans. It is difficult for me to determine what was the real time, but I should suppose by after calculation that it must have been 10 at night. I lay in a stupor, a half dream during which I saw visions of astounding characters. Monsters of the deep were side by side with the mighty Alhazen shepherd. Gigantic fish and animals seemed to form strange conjunctions. The raft took a sudden turn, rolled around, entered another tunnel, this time illuminated in a most singular manner. The roof was formed of porous statuity through which a moonlit vapor appeared to pass, casting its brilliant light upon our guns and haggard figures. The light increased as we advanced, while the roof ascended, until at last we were once more in a kind of water cavern, the lofty dome of which disappeared in a luminous cloud. A round cavern of small extent appeared to offer a halting place to our weary bodies. My uncle and the guide moved as men in a dream. I was afraid to waken them, knowing the danger of such a sudden start. I seated myself beside them to watch. As I did so, I became aware of something moving in the distance, which at once fascinated my eyes. It was floating, apparently, upon the surface of the water, advancing by means of what at first appeared paddles. I looked with glaring eyes. One glance told me that it was something monstrous. But what? It was the great shark crocodile of the early writers on geology, about the size of an ordinary whale, with hideous jaws and two gigantic eyes. It advanced. Its eyes fixed on me with terrible sternness. Some infinite warning told me that it had marked me for its own. I attempted to rise, to escape, no matter where, but my knees shook under me, my limbs trembled violently. I almost lost my senses. And still the mighty monster advanced. My uncle and the guide made no effort to save themselves. With a strange noise, like none other I had ever heard, the beast came on. His jaws were at last 7 feet apart, and his distended mouth looked large enough to have swallowed a boatful of men. We were about 10 feet distant when I discovered that much of his body resembled that of a crocodile. His mouth was wholly that of a shark. His two-folded nature now became apparent. To snatch us up at the mouthful, it was necessary for him to turn on his back, which motion necessarily caused his legs to kick up helplessly in the air. I actually laughed, even in the very jaws of death. But next minute, with a wild cry, I darted away into the interior of the cavern, leaving my unhappy comrades to their fate. This cavern was deep and dreary. After about 100 yards, I paused and looked around. The whole floor composed of sand and malachite was strewn with bones, freshly gone bones of reptiles and fish, with a mixture of mammalia. My very soul grew sick as my body shuddered with horror. I had truly descended to the old proverb, fallen out of the frying pan and into the fire. Some beasts larger and more furious even then the shark crocodile inhabited this den. What could I do? The mouth of the cave was guarded by one ferocious monster. The interior was inhabited by something too hideous to contemplate. Flight was impossible. One only resource remained, and that was to find some small hiding place to which the fearful denizens of the cavern could not penetrate. I gazed widely around, and at last discovered the fixture in the rock, to which I rushed in hope of recovering my scattered senses. Crouching down, I waited, shivering as in an ague fit. No man is brave in presence of an earthquake, or a bursting boiler, or an exploding torpedo. I could not be expected to feel much courage in presence of the fearful fate that appeared to await me. An hour passed. I heard all the time a strange rumbling outside the cave. What was the fate of my unhappy companions? It was impossible for me to pause to inquire. My own wrecked senses, my own wretched existence was all I could think about. Suddenly, a groaning, as of 50 bears in a flight, fell upon my ears. Hisses, spinning, moaning, hideous to hear, and then I saw. Never were ages to pass over my head. Shall I forget the horrible apprehension? It was the ape gigans, 14 feet high, covered with coarse hair, a blackish brown, the hair on the arms, from the shoulder to the elbow joint, pointing downwards, while that from the wrist to the elbow pointed upwards. It advanced. Its arms were as long as its body, while its legs were prodigious. Prodigious. It had thick, long, and sharply pointed teeth, like a mammoth saw. It struck its breath as it came on, smelling and sniffing, reminding me of the stories we read in our early childhood of giants who ate the flesh of men and little boys. Suddenly it stopped, my heart beating wildly, for I was conscious that somehow or other the fearful monster had smelt me out. It was peering about with its hideous eyes to try and discover my whereabouts. My reading, which as a rule in a blessing, but which on this occasion seemed momentarily to prove the curse, told me the real truth. It was the egg gigants. The Antediluvian gorilla. Yes, this awful monster, confined by good fortune to the interior of the earth, was the progenitor of the hideous monster of Africa.
Katana.
Hi. He glared wildly about, seeking something, doubtless, myself. I gave myself up for lost. No hopes of safety or escape seemed to remain at this point. Just as my eyes appeared to close in death, there came a strange noise from the entrance of the cave, and turning, the gorilla evidently recognized some enemy more worthy his prodigious size and strength. There was the huge shark crocodile, which perhaps, having disposed of my friends, was coming in search of further prey. The gorilla placed himself on the defensive and clenched a bone, some 7 or 8 feet in length, a perfect club, aimed a deadly blow at the hideous beast, which reared upwards and fell with all its weight upon its adversary. A terrible combat, the details of which it is impossible to give, now ensued. The struggle was awful and ugly and furious, I guess. Did not wait to witness the result. Regarding myself as the object of contention, I determined to remove from the presence of the victor. I slid down from my hiding place, reached the ground, and gliding against the wall, strove to gain the open mouth of the cavern. But I had not taken many steps when the fearful clamor ceased, to be followed by my mumbling and groaning, which appeared to be indicative of victory. I looked back and saw the huge ape, gory with blood, coming after me with glaring eyes, with dilated nostrils that gave forth 2 columns of heated vapor. I could feel his hot and frigid breath on my neck, and with a horrible jump awoke from my nightmare sleep. Yes, it was all a dream. I was still on the raft with my uncle and the guide. The relief was not insidious, for under the influence of the hideous nightmare, my senses had become numbed. After a while, however, my feelings were tranquilized. The first of my perceptions, which returned to full force, was that of hearing. I listened with acute and attentive ears. All was still as death. All I comprehended was silence, to the roaring of the waters which had filled the gallery with awful reverberations. Succeeded perfect peace. After some little time, my uncle spoke in a low, scarcely audible tone. "Harry, boy, where are you?" "I am here," was my faint rejoinder. "Well, don't you see what has happened? We are going upwards." "My dear uncle, what can you mean?" was my half delirious reply. "Yes, I tell you we are ascending rapidly. Our downward journey is quite checked." I held out my hand, and after some little difficulty succeeded in touching the wall. My hand was an instant covered with blood. The skin was torn from the flesh. We were ascending with extraordinary pace. of extraordinary rapidity. The torch, cried the professor wildly. It must be lighted. Hans, the guide, after many vain efforts, at last succeeded in lighting it, and the flame having now nothing to prevent its burning, shed a tolerably clear light. We were enabled to form an approximate idea of the truth. It is just as I thought, said my uncle, after a moment or two of silent attention. We are in a narrow well, about 4 fathoms square. The waters of the great inland sea have reached the bottom of the gulf, are now forcing themselves up the mighty shaft. As a natural consequence, we are being cast up on the summit of the waters. That I can see, was my lugubrious reply. But where will this shaft end? And to what fall are we likely to be exposed? Of that I am as ignorant as yourself. All I know is that we should be prepared for the worst. We are going up at a fearfully rapid rate. As far as I can judge, we are standing at a rate of 2 fathoms a second, of 120 fathoms a minute, or rather more than 3.5 leagues an hour. At this rate, our fate will soon be a matter of certainty. No doubt of it, was my reply. The great concern I have now, however, is to know whether this shaft has any issue. It might end in a granite roof, in which case we shall be suffocated by compressed air, or dashed to atoms against the top. I fancy already that the air is beginning to be closed and condensed. I have a difficulty in breathing. This might be fancy, or it might be the effect of our rapid motion, but I certainly feel a great oppression of the chest. Henry, said the professor, I do not believe that the situation is to a certain extent desperate. There remain, however, many chances of ultimate safety, and I have, in my own mind, been revolving them over during your heavy but agitated sleep. I have come to this logical conclusion, whereas we may at any moment perish, so at any moment we may be saved. We need, therefore, prepare ourselves for whatever may turn up in the great chapter of accidents. But what would you have us do? I cried. Are we not utterly helpless? No. While there is life, there is hope. At all events, there is one thing we can do, eat, and thus obtain strength to face victory or death. As he spoke, I looked at my uncle with a haggard glance. I had put off the fatal communication as long as possible. It was now forced upon me, and I must tell him the truth. Still I hesitated. Eat? I said in a deprecating tone, as if there were no hurry. Yes, and at once. I feel like a starving prisoner, he said, rubbing his yellow and shriveling hands together. And turning around to the guide, he spoke some partly cheering words. As I judged from his tone in Danish, Hans shook his head in a terribly significant manner. I tried to look unconcerned. What? Cried the professor. You do not mean to say that all provisions are lost? Yes, was my lowly spoken reply, as I held out something in my hand. These morsels of dry meat, and all that remains for us 3. My uncle gazed at me as if he could not fully appreciate the meaning of my words. The blow seemed to stun him by its severity. I allowed him to reflect for some moments. "Well," said I after a short pause, "what do you think now? Is there any chance of our escaping from our horrible subterranean dangers? Are we not doomed to perish in the great hollows of the center of the earth?" But my pertinent questions brought no answer. My uncle either heard me not, or appeared not to do so, and in this way a whole hour passed. Neither of us cared to speak. For myself, I began to feel the most fearful and devouring hunger. My companions doubtless felt the same horrible tortures, but neither of them would touch the wretched morsel of meat that remained. It lay there, a last remnant of all our great preparations for this mad and senseless journey. I looked back with wonderment to my own bully. Fully was I aware that, despite his enthusiasm and the ever-to-be-hated scroll of Satanism, my uncle should never have started on this perilous voyage. What memories of the happy past, what provisions of the horrible future, now filled my brain.
Alright, and that was the end of chapter 40. Okay, so I'm gonna grab more tea before we continue. So give me like 2 seconds. Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? Um, um, what's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right?
At length the time came when I ceased to recollect anything, when all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No. Why would you think that? We're taking a break between Mustache. Now my phone is going off. If you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. Okay. I'm back with my tea. Sora, hi, welcome back. How was your food? Anyway, the story is going fine. So pretty much what happened was that from yesterday's reading, they found this cavern after it turns out instead of going south, they actually went back, got sent back to the original island they came from. But they're on a different side of the island. And on that island, they found this cave with the initials of Arne Seconism, who was the one who wrote the record that they found in the beginning of the story, who made the journey to the center of the earth. So, after this was probably 300 years ago that that explorer originally did the journey. So, at that time, the cavern he originally took in the passage, it was covered up by granite. So there was no passage. So they decided to blow it up. But then once it got blown up, it created this earthquake. So all the water, the ocean, completely covered the island within the center of the earth, and it went into this abyss. So now, because of that, they were rapidly going down the abyss. They pretty much lost everything, and they're down to only one piece of meat. And now it's ascending up, but then they're realizing that they could probably meet their certain doom. Especially since pretty much all the provisions, all the food, it's pretty much got lost in the water. So yeah. And that's where we're at now. So yeah, interesting stuff. So this is one. Yeah. Because I remember seeing the movies, the different movies. A lot of the times they do reach the center of the earth, but then something bad happens. But then that makes them going back up. But it's really different than the book. From what I remember the movies anyway. Yeah, true. The only exception, I would say, is Twilight. I hate both the movie and the book. Okay. Chapter 41. Hunger. Hunger prolonged is temporary madness. The brain is at work without its required food, and the most fantastic notion filled the mind. Hitherto, I had never known what hunger really meant. I was likely to understand it now, and yet, 3 months before, I could tell my terrible story of starvation, as I thought it. As a boy, I used to make frequent exertions in the neighborhood of the professor's house. My uncle always acted on system, and he believed that in addition to the day of rest and worship, there should be a day of recreation. In consequence, I was always free to do as I liked on Wednesday.
Now, as I had a notion to combine the useful and the agreeable, my favorite pastime was birds nesting. I had one of the best collection of eggs in all the town. They were classified in under glass cases. There was a certain wood which, by rising at early morn and taking the cheap train, I could reach at 11 in the morning. Here, I would botanize or geologize at my will. My uncle was already glad of specimens for his herbarism and stone to examine. When I had filled my wallet, I proceeded to search for nests.
I said Twilight. I absolutely hate Twilight. Both the movie and the books.
After about 2 hours of hard work, I one day sat down by a stream to eat my humble but copious lunch. How the remembrance of the spiced sausage, the wheaten loaf, and the beer made my mouth water now. I would have given every prospect of worldly wealth for such a meal, but to my story. While seated thus in my luxury, I looked up at the ruins of an old castle at no great distance. It was the remains of a historical dwelling, ivy clad and now falling to pieces. Well, looking, I saw 2 eagles circling about the summit of a lofty tower. I soon became satisfied that there was a nest. Now, in all my collection, I wanted eggs of the native eagle and the large owl. My mind was made up. I would reach the summit of the tower or perish in the attempt. I went nearer and surveyed the ruins. The old staircase, years before, had fallen in. The outer walls were, however, intact. There was no chance that way, unless I looked to the ivy solely for support. This was, as I soon found out, futile. There remained the chimney, which still went up to the top, and had once served to carry off the smoke from every story of the tower. Up this I determined to venture. It was narrow, rough, and therefore the more easily climbed. I took off my coat and creeped into the chimney. Looking up, I saw a small light opening, proclaiming the summit of the chimney. Up and up. I went for some time, using my hands and knees, after the fashion of a chimney sweep. It was slow worked, but there being continual projections, the task was comparatively easy. In this way, I reached halfway. The chimney now became narrower. The atmosphere was close, and at last, to end the matter, I stuck fast. I could ascend no higher. There could be no doubt of this, and there remained no resource but to descend, and gave up my glorious prey in despair. I yielded to fate and devoured to descend, but I could not move. Some unseen mysterious obstacle intervened and stopped me. In an instant, the full horror of my situation seized me. I was unable to move either way, and was doomed to a terrible and horrible death, that of starvation. In a boy's mind, however, there is an extraordinary amount and authenticity and hope, and I began to think of all sorts of plans to escape my gloomy fate. In the first place, I required no food, just a present having had an excellent meal, and was therefore allowed time for reflection. My first thought was to try and move the mortar with my hand. Had I possessed a knife, something might have been done, but that awful instrument, that useful instrument I had left in my coat pocket. I soon found that all efforts of this kind were vain and useless, and that all I could hope to do was to wriggle downwards. But thought I jerked and struggled, and strove to turn. It was all in vain. I could not move an inch, one way or the other, and time flew rapidly. My early rising probably contributed to the fact that I felt sleepy and gradually gave way to the sensation of drowsiness, and gradually gave way to the sensation of drowsiness. I slept and awoke in a darkened, ravagingly hungry. Night had come and I still could not move. I was tight bound and did not succeed in changing my position an inch. I groaned aloud. Ever since the day of my happy childhood, when it was hardship to go from meal to meal without eating, had I really experienced hunger? The sensation was as novel as it was painful. I began now to lose my head and to scream and cry out in agony. Something appeared, startled by my noise. It was a harmless lizard, but it appeared to me a loathsome reptile. Again, I made the old ruins resound with my cries, and finally so exhausted myself that I fainted. How long I lay in a kind of trance or sleep, I cannot say. But when again I recovered consciousness, it was day. How ill I felt, how hunger still gnawed at me. It would be hard to say. I was too weak to scream now, far too weak to struggle. Suddenly, I was startled by a roar. "Are you there, Henry?" said the voice of my uncle. "Are you there, my boy?" I could only faintly respond, but I also made a desperate effort to turn. Some mortar fell, and this I owe my being discovered. When the search took place, it was easily seen that the mortar and small pieces of stone had recently fallen from above. Hence my uncle's cry. Yes, the Kirby emotes. "Be calm," he cried. "If we pull down the whole ruin, you shall be saved." They were delicious words, but I still had little hope. Soon, however, about a quarter of an hour later, I heard a voice above me at one of the upper fireplaces. "Are you below or above?" "Below," was my reply. In an instant, a basket was lowered with milk and a biscuit and an egg. My uncle was fearful to be too ready with his supply of food. I drank the milk first, for thirst had nearly deadened hunger. I then, much refreshed, ate my bread and hard egg. They were now at work at the wall. I could hear a pickaxe. Wishing to escape all danger from this terrible weapon, I made a desperate struggle, and the belt, which surrounded my waist, and which had been hitched on a stone, gave way. I was free, and only escaped falling down by a rapid motion of my hands and knees. In 10 minutes more, I was in my uncle's arms. After being 2 days and nights in that horrible prison. My occasional delirium prevented me from counting time. I was weeks recovering from that awful starvation adventure, and yet, what was that to this hideous suffering I now endured? After dreaming for some time and thinking of this and other matters, I once more looked around me. We were still ascending with fearful rapidity. Every now and then, the air appeared to check our inspirations, as it does that of astronauts. Hold on. Wait, what? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I'm saying that word wrong. Because there was no such thing as astronauts back then. NTS. Aeronauts. Okay, there we go. Every now and then, the air appeared to check our respiration, as it does that of aeronauts when the ascension of the balloons is too rapid. But if they feel a degree of cold in proportion to the elevation they attain in the atmosphere, we experience quite a contrary effect. The heat began to increase in a most threatening and exceptional manner. I cannot tell exactly the mean, but I think it must have reached 122 degrees of Fahrenheit. What was the meaning of this extraordinary change in the temperature? As far as we had gone, facts had proved the theories of Davy and of Lidenbrock to be correct. Until now, all the particular predictions of refractory rocks, electricity, of magnesium, had modified the general laws of nature, and had created for us a moderate temperature. For the theories of the central fire remained, in my eyes, and the only explainable one. Were we then going to reach a position in which these phenomena were to be carried out in all their rigor, and in which the heat would reduce the rock to a state of fusion? Such was my not unnatural fear, and I did not conceal the fact from my uncle. My way of doing so might be cold and heartless, but I could not help it. If we are not drowned or smashed into pancakes, and if we do not die of starvation, we had the satisfaction of knowing that we must be burned alive. My uncle, in presence of this cute attack, simply shrugged his shoulders and resumed his reflections, whatever they might be. An hour passed away, and except that there was a slight increase in the temperature, no incident modified the situation. My uncle at last, of his own accord, broke silence. "Well, Henry, my boy," he said in a cheerful way, "we must make up our minds." "Make up our minds to what?" I asked in considerable surprise. "Well, to something. We must, at whatever risk, recruit our physical strength. If we make the futile mistake of husbanding our little remnant of food, we may probably prolong our wretched existence a few hours, but we shall remain weak to the end." Yes, I growled, to the end. That, however, will not keep us long waiting. Well, only let a chance of safety present itself. Only that a moment of action be necessary, which shall we find the means of action if we allow ourselves to be reduced to physical weakness by inanition?
Yeah, that's true.
When this piece of meat is devoured, uncle, what hope will there remain unto us? None, my dear Henry, none. But will it do you any good to devour it with your eyes? You appear to me to reason like one without will or decision, like a being without energy. Then, cried I, exasperated to a degree which is scarcely to be explained, you do not mean to tell me that you have not lost all hope? Certainly not, said the professor, with consummate coolness. You mean to tell me, uncle, that we shall get out of this monstrous subterranean shaft? While there is life, there is hope. I beg to assert, Henry, that as long as a man's heart beats, as long as a man's flesh quivers, I do not allow that a being gifted with thought and will can allow himself to despair. What a nerve! The man placed in position like he was occupied, that we must occupy. Hold on. The man placed in a position like that we occupied must have been very brave to speak like this. Well, I cried, what do you mean to do? Eat what remains of the food we have in our hands. Let us swallow the last crumb. It will be, heaven willing, our last repast. Well, never mind. Instead of being exhausted skeletons, we shall be men. True, muttered I, in a despairing tone. Let us take our fill. We must, replied my uncle, with a deep sigh. Call it what you will. My uncle took a piece of the meat that remained, and some crusts of biscuit, which had escaped the wreck. He divided the whole into 3 parts. Each had 1 pound of food to last him as long as he remained in the interior of the earth. Each now acted in accordance with his own private character. My uncle, the professor, ate greedily, but evidently without appetite, eating simply from some mechanical motion. I put the food inside my lips, and, hungry as I was, chewed my morsel without pleasure and without satisfaction. Hans, the guide, just as if he had been eater down hunter, swallowed every mouthful as though it were a usual fare. He looked like a man equally prepared to enjoy superfluity or total want. Hans, in all probability, was no more used to starvation than ourselves. But his hardly Atlantic nature had prepared him for many sufferings. As long as he received his $3 every Saturday night, he was prepared for anything. The fact was, Hans never troubled himself about much except his money. He had undertaken to serve a certain man at so much per week, no matter what evils befell his employer or himself. He never found fault and grumbled, so long as his wages were duly paid. Suddenly, my uncle roused himself. He had seen a smile on the face of our guide, and I could not make it out. What is the matter? Said my uncle. Sacadam, said the guide, producing a bottle of his precious fluid. We drank. My uncle and myself were on to our dying day that hand we derived strength to exist until the last bitter moment. The precious bottle of Hollands was in reality only half full, but under circumstances it was nectar. It took some minutes for myself and my uncle to form a decided opinion on the subject. The worthy professor swallowed about half a pint and did not seem able to drink any more. "For Trifecti," said Hans, swallowing nearly all that was left. "Excellent. Very good," said my uncle, with as much gusto as if he had just left the steps of the Club of Hamburg. I had begun to feel as if there had been one gleam of hope. Now all thought of future vanished. We had consumed our last ounce of food, and it was 5 o'clock in the morning. Okay, and that was the end of chapter 41. One, two. Actually, I think this might be the 2 last chapters.
Shut up, phone. Okay. Chapter 42. The Volcanic Shaft. A man's constitution is so peculiar that his health is purely a negative matter. No sooner is the range of hunger appeased than it becomes difficult to comprehend the meaning of starvation. It is only when you suffer that you really understand. As to anyone who has not endured a privation, having any notion of the matter, it is simply absurd. With us, after a long fast, some mouthfuls of bread and meat, a little moldy biscuit, and salt beef triumphed over all our previous gloomy and saturnine thoughts. Nevertheless, after this repast, each gave way to his own reflections. I wondered what were those of Hans, the man of the extreme north, who was yet gifted with the finalistic resignation of Oriental character,
but the utmost stretch of the imagination would not allow me to realize the truth. As for my individual self, my thoughts had ceased to be anything but memories of the past, and were all connected with that upper world which I never should have left. I saw it all now, the beautiful house, and the Connegestras, my poor Gretchen, the garden of Martha. They all passed before my mind like visions of the past. Every time any of the lugubrious groanings, which were to be distinguished in the hollows around fell upon my ears. I fancied I heard the distant murmur of the great cities above my head. As for my uncle, always thinking of his science, he examined the nature of the shaft by means of a torch. He closely examined the different strata, one above the other, in order to recognize his situation by geological theory. His calculation, or rather his estimation, could by no means be anything but approximate. But a learned man, a philosopher, is nothing if not a philosopher when he keeps ideas calm and collected. And certainly, the professor proposed this quality to perfection. I heard him as I sat in silence, murmuring words of geological science. As I understood his object and his meaning, I could not but interest myself despite my preoccupation in that terrible hour. Eruptive granite, he said to himself. We are still in the primitive epoch, but we are going up. Going up, still going up. But who knows? Who knows? Then he still hoped. He felt along the vertical side of the shaft with his hand, and some few minutes later he would go on again in the following style. This is GNS. This is Molcahetits. Silvus minerals. Good again. This is the epoch transition, full events. We are close to them. And then. What could the professor mean? Could he, by any conceivable means, measure the thickness of the crust of the earth, suspended above our heads? Did he propose any possible means of making any approximation to this calculation? No. Manometer was wanting, and no summary estimation could take the place of it. And yet, as we progressed, the temperature increased in the most extraordinary degree. And I began to feel as if we were bathed in hot and burning atmosphere. Never before had I felt anything like it. I could only compare it to the hot water vapor from an iron foundry when the liquid iron is in a state of ebullition and runs over. By degrees, and one after the other, Hans, my uncle, and myself had taken off our coats and waistcoats. They were unbearable. Even the slightest garment was not only uncomfortable, but the cause of extreme suffering. Are we ascending to a living fire? I cried, and to my horror and astonishment, the heat became greater than before. No, no, said my uncle. It is simply impossible, quite impossible. And yet, said I, touching the side of the shaft with my naked hand, this wall is literally burning. At this moment, feeling as I did that the sides of the extraordinary wall were red hot, I plunged my hand into the water to cool them. I drew them back with a cry of despair. The water is boiling, I cried. My uncle, the professor, made no reply other than a gesture of rage and despair. Something very like the truth had probably struck his imagination. but I could take no share in either what was going on or in his speculation. An invisible dread had taken possession of my brain and soul. I could only look forward to an immediate catastrophe, such a catastrophe as not even the most vivid imagination could have thought of. An idea, at first vague and uncertain, was gradually being changed into certainty. I tremendously rejected it at first, but it forced itself upon me by degrees with extreme obstinity. It was so terrible an idea that I scarcely dared to whisper it to myself. And yet, all the while certain, and, as it were, involuntary observations determined my convictions by the doubtful glare of the torch. I could make out some singular changes in the granite strata. A strange and terrible phenomenon was about to be produced in which electricity played a part. Then this boiling water, this terrible and excessive heat. I determined at a last resort to examine the compass. The compass had gone mad. Yes, wholly stark stared mad. The needle jumped from pole to pole with sudden and surprising jerk, ran round, or as it is said, boxed and compassed, and then ran suddenly back again, as if it had the vertigo. I was aware that, according to the best acknowledged theories, it was a received notion that the mineral crust of the globe is never and never has been in a state of complete repose. The modifications caused by the decomposition of the interior matter, the agitation consequent on the flowing of excessive liquid currents, the excessive actions of magnetism which tends to shake it incessantly at a time when even the multitudinous being on its surface do not suspect this steadying process to be going on. Still, this phenomenon would not have alarmed me alone. It would not have aroused in my mind a terrible and awful idea. But other facts could not allow my self-delusion to last. Terrible detonations, like heaven's atrocity, began to multiply themselves with fearful intensity. I could only compare them with the noise made by hundreds of heavily laden chariots being madly driven over a stone pavement. It was a continuous roll of heavy thunder. And then the mad compass, shaken by the wild electric phenomenon, confirmed me in my rapidly formed opinion. The mineral crust was about to burst. The heavy granite masses were about to rejoin. The fixture was about to close. The void was about to be filled up, and we poor atoms to be crushed in an awful embrace. Uncle, I cried, we're wholly and irretrievably lost. What? Then, my young friend, is your new cause of terror and alarm, he said in his calmest manner. What fear you now? What do I fear now? I cried in a furious and angry tone. Do you not see that the walls of the shaft are in motion? Do you not see that the solid granite masses are crackling? Do you not feel the terrible torrid heat? Do you not observe the awful boiling water on which we float? Do you not remark this mad needle every sign important of an awful earthquake? My uncle coolly shook his head. An earthquake, he replied in the most calm and provoking tone. Yes. My nephew, I tell you that you are utterly mistaken, he continued. Do you? Do you not? Can you not recognize all the well-known symptoms of an earthquake? By no means. I'm expecting something far more important. My brain is strained beyond endurance. What? What do you mean? I cried. An eruption, Harry. An eruption? I gasped. We are, then, in the volcanic shaft of a crater in full action and vigor? I have every reason to think so, said the professor in a smiling tone, and I beg to tell you that it is the most fortunate thing that could happen to us. The most fortunate thing? Had my uncle really and truly gone mad? What did he mean by these awful words? What did he mean by this terrible calm, this solemn smile? What? Cried I, in the height of my aspiration. We are on the way to an eruption, are we? Fatality has cast us into a well of burning and boiling lava, of rocks on fire, of boiling water, in a word, filled with every kind of eruptive matter. We are about to be expelled, thrown up, vomited, spit out of the interior of the earth, and covered with huge blocks of granite, with showers of cinder and scorch, in a whirlwind of flame. And you say the most fortunate thing which could happen to us? Yes, replied the professor, looking at me calmly from under his spectacles. It is the only chance which remains to us of ever escaping from the interior of the earth to the light of day. It is quite impossible that I can put on paper the 1,000 strange, wild thoughts which followed this extraordinary announcement. But my uncle was right, quite right, and never had he appeared to me so audacious and so convinced as he looked me calmly in the face and spoke of the chances of an eruption, of our being cast upon Mother Earth, and once more through the gaping crater of a volcano. Nevertheless, which we were speaking, we were still ascending. We passed the whole night going up, or to speak more scientifically, in an ascensional motion. The fearful noise redoubled. I was ready to suffocate. I seriously believed that my last hour was approaching. And yet, so strange is imagination, all I thought of was some childish hypothesis or other. In such circumstances, you do not choose your own thoughts. They overcome you. It was quite evident that we were being cast upwards by eruptive matter. Under the raft, there was a mass of boiling water, and under this was a heavy mass of lava, and an aggregated of rocks, which, on reaching the summit of the water, would be dispersed in every direction. That we were inside the chimney of a volcano, there could be no longer be the shadow of a doubt. Nothing more terrible could be conceived, but on this occasion, instead of Sniffleless, an old and extinct volcano, we were inside a mountain of fire in full activity. Several times I found myself asking, what mountain was it? And on what part of the world we should be shut out? And if it were of any consequence. In the northern regions, there could be no reasonable doubt about that. Before it went decidedly mad, the compass had never made the slightest mistake. From the cable mechanism, we had been swept away to the northward many hundreds of leagues. Now the question was, were we once more under Iceland? Should we be launched forth on the earth through the crater of Mount Hekla, or should we reappear through one of the other 7 fire funnels of the island. Taking in my mental vision a radius of 500 leagues to the westward, I could see under the parallel only the little known volcanoes of the northwest coast of America. To the east, one only existed somewhere about 19th degree latitude, the Azek, upon the island of Jean Mayen, not far from the frozen regions of Splitsbergen. It was not craters that were wanting, and many of them were big enough to vomit a whole army. All I wished to know was the trillium one towards which we were making with such fearful velocity. I often think now of my folly, as if I should ever have expected to escape. Towards morning, the ascending motion became greater and greater, and if the degree of heat increased instead of decreasing as we approached the surface of the earth. It was simply because the cause were local and wholly due to volcanic influence. A very style of locomotion left in my mind no doubt upon the subject an enormous force, a force of some hundreds of combined atmospheres produced by vapor accumulated the long compressed in the interior of the earth, was hoisting us upwards with irresistible power. But though we were approaching the light of day, so what fearful dangers we were about to be exposed. Its death appeared the only thing which we could expect or contemplate. Soon a dim, symmetrical light penetrated the vertical gallery, which became wider and wider. I could make out to the right and left long dark corridors like immense tunnels from which awful and horrid vapors poured out. Tongues of fire, sparkling and crackling, appeared about to lick us up. The hour had come. "Look, Uncle, look!" I cried. "Well, what do you see? Are the great slow through its flames? Nothing more common in connection with an eruption." "But if they lap us around," I angrily replied. "They will not lap us around," was his quiet and serene answer. "But it will be all the same in the end. If they stifle us," I cried. "We shall not be stifled. The gallery is rapidly becoming wider and wider, and if it be necessary, we will presently leave the raft and take refuge in some fixture in the rock." "But the water, which is continuously ascending," I desperately replied. "There is no longer any water, Harry," he answered, "but a kind of lava paste which is heaving us up and combating with itself to the mouth of the crater." In truth, the liquid column of water had wholly disappeared to give place to a dense mass of boiling eruptive matter. The temperature was becoming utterly unsupportable, and a thermometer exposed to this temperature would have marked between 189 and 190 degrees Fahrenheit. Perspiration rushed from every pore, but for the extraordinary rapidity of our ascent, we should have been stifled. Nevertheless, the professor did not carry out his proposition of abandoning the raft, and he did quite wisely. Those few enjoying beams offered, anyway, a solid surface, a support which elsewhere might have utterly failed us. Towards 8 o'clock in the morning, a new incident startled us. The oscillation movement suddenly ceased. The raft became still and motionless. What is the matter now? I asked, querulously, very much startled by this change. A simple halt, replied my uncle. Is the eruption about to fail? I asked. I hope not. Without making any reply, I rose. I tried to look around me. Perhaps the raft, checked by some projecting rock, opposed a momentary resistance to the eruptive mass. In this case, it was absolutely necessary to release it as quickly as possible. Nothing of the kind had occurred. The column of cinder of aura of broken rock and earth had wholly ceased to ascend. I tell you, uncle, that the eruption had stopped. Is my oracular decision? Ah, said my uncle, you think so, my boy. You are wrong. Do not be in the least alarmed. This sudden movement of calm will not last long, be assured. It was already endured 5 minutes, and before we are many minutes older, we shall be continuing our journey to the mouth of the crater. At the time he was speaking, the professor continued to consult his chronometer, and he was probably right in this prognosis. Oh, no, hold on. Prognosis. Soon the raft resumed its motion in a very rapid and disorderly way, which lasted 2 minutes or thereabout, and then again it stopped as suddenly as before. Good, said my uncle, observing the hour. In 10 minutes we shall start again. In 10 minutes? Yes, precisely. We have to do with a volcano, the eruption of which is intermittent. We are compelled to breathe just as it does. Nothing could be more true. At the extent minutes he had indicated, we were again launched on high, with extreme activity. Not to be cast off the raft, it was necessary to hold on to the beams. Then the hoist again ceased. Many times since have I thought of this singular phenomenon, without being able to find for it any satisfactory explanation. Nevertheless, it appeared quite clear to me that we were not in the principal chimney of the volcano, but in an accessory conduct, which we felt the counter shock of the great imperceptible tunnel filled by burning lava. It is impossible for me to say how many times this maneuver was repeated. All that I can remember is that on every cessational motion, we were hoisted up with every increasing velocity, as if we had been launched from a huge projectile. During the sudden halt, we were nearly stifled. During the moments of projections, the hot air took away our breath. I thought for a moment of the rapturous joy of suddenly finding myself in the hyperborean regions, with the cold 30 degrees below zero. My exalted imagination pictured to itself the vast snowy plains of the Arctic regions, and I was impatient to roll myself on the icy carpet of the North Pole. By degree, my head, utterly overcome by a series of violent emotions, began to give way to hallucinations. I was delirious. Had it not been for the powerful arms and hands to guide, I should have broken my head against the granite masses of the shaft. I have, in consequence, kept no account of what followed. For many hours, I have a vague and confused remembrance of continual denotations of the shaking of the huge granite mass, and of the raft going round like a spinning top. It floated on the steam of hot lava amidst a falling cloud of cinder, the huge flame roaring, wrapping us around. A storm of wind, which appeared to be cast forth from an immense ventilator, rose up the interior fires of the earth. It was a hot, incandescent blast. At last, I saw the figure of hands as if enveloped in the huge hollow of burning blaze, and no other sense remained to me but the sincere dread which the condemned victim may be supposed to feel when led to the mouth of a cannon. At the supreme moment, when the shot is fired and his limbs are dispersed into empty space.
And that was the end of chapter 42.
Chapter 43. Daylight at last. When I opened my eyes, I felt the hand of the guide clenching me firmly by the belt. With his other hand, he supported my uncle. I was not grievously wounded, but bruised all over in the most remarkable manner. After a moment, I looked around and found that I was lying down on the slope of a mountain, not 2 yards from a yawning gulf, into which I should have fallen had I made the slightest false step. Hands had saved me from death, while I rolled insensible on the flanks of the crater. "Where are we?" dreamily asked my uncle, who literally appeared to be disgusted at having returned to Earth. The Eater-tail hunter simply shrugged his shoulders as a mark of total ignorance. "In Iceland?" said I, not positively, but integrably. "Nee," said Hans. "How do you mean?" cried the professor. "No, what are your reasons?" "Hans is wrong," said I, rising. After all the immeasurable surprise of this journey, a yet more singular one was reserved to us. I expected to see a cone covered by snow, by extensive and widespread glaciers, in the midst of the arid deserts, the extreme northern regions beneath the full rays of a polar sky, beyond the highest latitudes. But contrary to all our expectations, my uncle, and the Icelander were cast upon the slope of a mountain, calcined by the burning rays of a sun which was literally baking us with its fires. I could not believe my eyes, but the actual heat which affected my body allowed me no chance of doubting. We came out of the crater half naked, and the radiant sun from which we had asked nothing for 2 months was good enough to be prodigal to us of sun and warmth, a light and warmth we could easily have dispensed with. When our eyes were accustomed to the light we had lost sight of so long, I used them to ratify the errors of my imagination. Whatever happened, we should have been at Spitzbergen, and I was in no humor to yield to anything but the most absolute proof. After some delay, the professor spoke. "Hem," he said in a hesitating kind of way. "It really does not look like Iceland. But supposing it were the island of Jan Mayen, I ventured to observe. Not in the least, my boy. This is not one of the volcanoes of the north, with its hills of granite and its crown of snow. Nevertheless, look, my boy," Professor said, dogmatically as usual. "Right above our heads, at a great height, opened the crater of a volcano, from which escaped from 1/4 of an hour to the other, with a very loud explosion, a lofty jet of flame mingled with pumice stone, cinder, and lava. I could feel the convulsions of nature in the mountain, which breathed like a huge whale, throwing up from time to time fire and air through its enormous vents. Below, and floating along a slope of considerable and gravity, the stream of eruptive matter spread way to a depth which did not give the volcano a height of 300 fathoms. Its base disappeared in perfect forests of green trees, among which I perceived olives, fig trees, and vines loaded with rich grapes. Certainly this was not the ordinary aspect of the Arctic regions. About that there could not be the slightest doubt. When the eye was satisfied at its glimpse of this verdant expanse, it fell upon the waters of a lovely sea or beautiful lake, which made of its enchanted land an island of not many leagues in extent. On the other side of the rising sun was to be seen a little port. Crowded with houses, and near which the boats and vessels of the peculiar build were floating upon azure waves. Beyond, the group of islands rose above the liquid plain, so numerous and close together as to resemble a vast beehive. Towards the setting sun, some distant shores were to be made out of the edge of the horizon. Some presented the appearance of blue mountains of harmonious conformation. Upon others, much more distant, there appeared a prodigiously lofty cone, above the summit of which hung dark and heavy clouds. Towards the north, an immense expanse of water sparkled beneath the solar rays, occasionally allowing the extremity of a mast or the convexity of a sail bellying to the wind to be seen. The unexpected character of such a scene added 100-fold to its marvelous beauties. "Where can we be?" I asked, speaking in a low and solemn voice. Hans shut his eyes with an air of indifference, and my uncle looked on without clearly understanding. "Whatever this mountain may be," he said at last, I must confess it is rather warm. The explosions do not leave off, and I do not think it is worthwhile to have left the interior of a volcano and remain here to receive a huge piece of rock upon one's head. Let us carefully descend the mountain and discover the real state of the case. To confess the truth, I am dying of hunger and thirst."
I Ice, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the kingdom. How are you today? Decided that the professor was no longer a truly reflective character. Find myself forgetting all my necessities, ignoring my fatigues and suffering. I could have remained still for several hours longer, but it was necessary to follow my companions. The slope of the volcano was very steep and slippery. We slid over piles of ashes, avoiding the streams of hot lava, which glided about like fiery serpents. Still, while we were advancing, I spoke with extreme volubility, for my imagination was too full not to explore in words. "We are in Asia?" I exclaimed. "We are on the coast of India, in the great Malaya Islands, in the center of Oceania. We have crossed the one half of the globe to come out right at the antipodes of Europe." "But the compass," exclaimed my uncle. "Explain that to me." "Yes, the compass," I said with considerable hesitation. "Grant that it is a difficulty. According to it, we have always been going northward." Then it lied. Having to say it lied is rather a harsh word, was my answer. "Then we are at the North Pole." "The pole? No, well, I give it up," was my reply. The plain truth was that there was no explanation possible. I could make nothing of it. And all the while we were approaching this beautiful verdure, hunger and thirst tormented me fearfully. Happily, after 2 long hours' march, a beautiful country spread out before us, covered with olives, pomegranates, and vines, which appeared to belong to anybody and everybody. In the state of desolation into which we had fallen, we were not peculiar to a grape. But what delight it was to press these delicious fruits to our lips, and to bite a grape and pomegranates fresh from the vine. Not far off, near some fresh and mossy grass, under the delicious shade of some trees, I discovered a spring of fresh water, into which we voluptuously laved our face, hands, and feet, while we were all giving way to the delight of newfound pleasure. A little child appeared between 2 tufts of olive trees. The little fellow was poorly dressed. "Oh, wait, hold on." "Ah!" cried I, "an inhabitant of this happy country." The little fellow was poorly dressed, weak and suffering, and appeared terribly alarmed at our appearance. Half naked, with tangled, matted, and ragged beards, we did look surprisingly ill-favored, and unless the country was abandoned land, we were not unlikely to alarm the inhabitants. Just as the boy was about to take to his heat, Hans ran after him and brought him back, despite his cries and kicks. My uncle tried to look as gentle as possible, and then spoke in German. "What is the name of this mountain, my friend?" The child made no reply. "Good," said my uncle, with a very positive air of conviction. "We are not in Germany." He then made a same demand in English, of which language he is an excellent scholar. The child shook its head and made no reply. I began to be considerably puzzled. "Is he dumb?" cried the professor, who was rather proud of his polyglot knowledge of languages, and making the same demand in French.
The boy slowly stared in his face. I must perforce try him in Italian, said my uncle with a shrug. Do noi siamo? Yes, tell me where we are, I added, impatiently, eagerly. Again, the boy remained silent. A fine fellow, do you or do you not mean to speak? Cried my uncle, who began to get angry. He shook him and spoke another dialect of the Italian language. Come se nomma Costa Isola. What is the name of this island? Stromboli, replied the rickety little shepherd, dashing away from hand and disappearing in the olive groves. We thought little enough about him. Stromboli. What effect on the imagination did these few words produce? We were in the center of the Mediterranean amidst the eastern archipelago of the mythological memory, in the ancient Strongylos, where Ilus kept the wind and the tempest chained up. In those blue mountains, which rose towards the rising of the sun, were the mountains of Calabria, and that mighty volcano which rose on the southern horizon was Etna, the fierce and celebrated Etna. Stromboli? Stromboli? I repeated to myself. My uncle placed a regular accompaniment to my gesture and words. We were singing together like an ancient choir. Ah, what a journey! What a marvelous, extraordinary journey! Here we had entered the earth by one volcano, we had come out by another. And this other was situated more than 1,200 leagues from Syphilis, from that drear country of Iceland, cast away on the confines of the earth. The wondrous chances of this expedition had transported us to the most humorous and beautiful of earthly islands. We had abandoned the region of eternal snow without of infinite verdure, and had left over our heads the gray fog of the icy regions to come back to the azure sky of Sicily. After a delicious request of fruits and fresh water, we again continued our journey in order to reach the port of Stromboli. To say how we had reached the island would scarcely have been prudent. The superstitious characters of the Italians would have been at work, and we should have been called demons vomited from the infernal regions. It was therefore necessary to pass for humble and unfortunate shipwrecked travelers. It was certainly less striking and romantic, but it was decidedly safer. As we advanced, I could hear my worthy uncle muttering to himself, "But the compass must certainly mark north. This is a fact I cannot explain in any way." "Well, the fact is," said I, with an air of disdain, "we must not explain anything. It will be much, much more easy. I should like to see a professor of the Jainism institution who is unable to explain a cosmetic phenomenon. It would indeed be strange." And speaking thus, my uncle, half naked, his leathern purse round his loin, and his spectacles upon his nose, became more and more the terrible professor of myology. An hour after leaving the Wood of Olives, we reached the fort of San Digiko, where Hans demanded the price of his 13th week of service. My uncle paid him with a very many warm shakes of the hand. At this moment, if he did not indeed quite share our natural emotion, he allowed his feelings so far to give way as to and deluge in an extraordinary expression for him. With the tips of his 2 fingers, he greatly pressed our hands and smiled. And that was the end of chapter 43. Chapter 44. The journey ended. This is the final conclusion of a narrative which will probably be disbelievable even by people who are astonished at nothing. I am, however, armed at all points against human incredulity. We were kindly received by the Joambolti fishermen, who treated us as shipwrecked travelers. They gave us clothes and food. After a delay of 48 hours, on the 31st of September, the little vessel took us to Messina, where a few days of delightful and complete repose restored us to ourselves. On Friday, the 4th October, we embarked in a Volturus in one of the postal packets of the Imperial Masquerade of France, and 3 days later, we landed at Marseilles, having no other care on our minds but that of our precious but erratic compass. This inexplicable circumstances tormented me terribly. On the 9th of October, in the evening, we reached Hamburg. What was the astonishment of Martha? What the joy of Gretchen? I will not attempt to define it. Now then, Harry, that you really are a hero, she said. There is no reason why you should ever leave me again. I looked at her. She was weeping tears of joy. I leave it to be imagined if the return of Professor Hadward made or did not make a sensation in Hamburg. Thanks to the discretion of Martha, the news of his departure from the interior of the earth had been spread over the whole world. No one would believe it, and when they saw him come back in safety, they believed it all the less. The presence of hands and many stray scraps of information by degree modified public opinion. Then my uncle became a great man, and I the nephew of a great man, which, at all events, is something. Hamburg gave a festival in our honor. A public meeting of the Gymnasium institution was held, at which a professor related the whole story of his adventures, omitting only the facts in connection with the compass. That someday he deposited in the archives of the town the document he had found, written by Sakanism, and he expressed his great regret that circumstances stronger than his will did not allow him to follow the Icelandic traveler's track into the very center of the earth. He was modest in his glory, but his reputation only increased. So much honor necessarily created for him many envious enemies. Of course, they existed, and as his theory, supported by certain facts, contradicted the system of science upon the question of central heat, he maintained his own views both with pen and speech against the learned of every country. Altogether, I still believe in the theory of central heat. I confess that certain circumstances, hitherto very ill-defined, may modify the law of such natural phenomena. At the moment that these questions were being discussed with interest, my uncle received a rude shock, one that he felt very much. Hans, despite everything he could say to the contrary, quitted Hamburg. The man to whom we owed so much would not allow us to pay our deep debt of gratitude. He was taken with nostalgia, a love for his Icelandic home. Farewell, said he one day, with his one short word of adieu. He started for Reykjavik, which he soon reached in safety. We were deeply attached to our brave eider duck hunter. His absence will never cause him to be forgotten by those whose lives he saved, and I hope, at some not distant day, to see him again. To conclude, I may say that our journey into the interior of the earth created an enormous sensation throughout the civilized world. It was translated and printed in many languages. All the leading journals published extracted from it, which were commentated, discussed, attacked, and supported with equal animation by those who believed in its episodes and by those who were utterly incredulous. Wonderful! My uncle enjoyed during his lifetime all the glory he deserved. And he was even offered a large sum of money by Mr. Barnum to exhibit himself in the United States, while I am credibly informed by a traveler that he is to be seen in waxwork of Madame Tussauds. But one care preyed upon his mind, a care which rendered him very unhappy. One factor made inexplicably that of the compass. For a learned man to be baffled by such an inexplicable phenomenon was very aggravating. But heaven was merciful, and in the end my uncle was happy. One day, while he put some minerals... Zero, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the kingdom. And Katana, I see you there. Thank you for the lickies. One day, while he put some minerals belonging to his collection in order, I fell upon the famous compass, examined it neatly. For 6 months, it had lain unnoticed and untouched. I looked at it with curiosity, which soon became surprise. I gave a loud cry. The compass! Oh no, the professor, who was at hand, soon joined me. What is the matter? He cried. The compass! What then? Why is the needle pointing to the south and not the north? My dear boy, you must be dreaming. I am not dreaming. See, the poles are changed. Changed? My uncle put on his spectacles, examined the instrument, and leaped for joy, shaking the whole house. A clear light fell upon our eyes. Here it is, he cried, as soon as he recovered the use of his speech. After we had once passed Cape Sacanism, the needle of this compass pointed to the southward instead of the northward. Evidently, our error is now easily explained. But to what phenomenon do we owe this alteration in the needle? Nothing more simple. Explain yourself, my boy. I am on thorns. During the storm upon the Central Sea, the ball of fire which made a magnet of the iron in our raft turned our compass topsy-turvy. Ah, cried the professor with a loud and ringing laugh. It was a trick of that inexplicable electricity. From what hour my uncle was the happiest of learned men, and I the happiest of ordinary mortals. When my pretty Verland girl, abdicating her position as ward, took her place in the house in King Street, Conigusteress, and the double quality of niece and wife. We need scarcely mention that her uncle was a illustrious Professor Hardwick, corresponding member of all the scientific, geological, mineralogical, and geological societies of the 5 quarters of the globe. And
That's the end of the story. I have to say, I really like the book. It's definitely one of the ones where like it's very different from what you see on the movies. So with that, we are gonna end the stream. So we are gonna be reading let me see, is he on? Yep, he is on. So we are gonna be reading Sora. So for those who are not subbed, will be this raid message. For those who are, you have the one with the emotes. And let me just pull up my Twitch. Sora, or there we go. Alright, thank you everyone who came to today's stream. I appreciate every one of you. I will be live tomorrow we're gonna be doing an art stream, and then this coming weekend we will be reading The Sign of Four of Sherlock Holmes. So with that, I'll see you all tomorrow then. Bye bye. Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? Um, um, what's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right?
At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything, when all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No. Why would you think that? We're taking a break with Dwayne Mustache.